I think.
Johnson. Guess I'll know whenever, if ever, it pops up.
It is live. It is live.
No, you spelled Stanley wrong.
I don't care. English. Wait, can you select a multiple? That's gay.
I was asking you for what you want the subtitles and then you just say you can't really have multiple things at once.
I've seen games do that. No, I've not played this game before.
I really never care about like brightness adjustment things. I always just leave them at default every single time I play a game.
So right there. Okay. It is 8:39.
You could just go up the quicker way and then switch the 7 back to an 8.
Yeah, true.
Also, that says AM, so you're gonna have to go over and adjust that manually as well, I believe. That was not the method I was thinking of, but I think it works.
It won't let me go over and hit that.
I swear it did. Well,
alright.
I'm gonna mention that one of the things in this game requires you to boot up the game multiple times to unlock it.
Okay. By the way, I do plan on platinum this game, hopefully in one game.
Oh.
Like in one
Have
stream.
fun for a guaranteed 24-hour long stream then.
Oh!
Minimum. One of the trophies is to play for all 24 hours of a Tuesday.
Of a Tuesday?
I think that's what it was. I could be mixing it up in my head on which day of the week it was. But one of the trophies is literally just to play during all 24 hours of one of the days of the week. There's also one to not play the game for like several years straight.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor.
I have the screen share maxed out volume, but it's still like
up
quiet.
to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong.
My console volume was weirdly
frozen
low.
solid. Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay. Oh wait, what if I go deeper? No, nothing? Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Man, no, I'm just gonna go. Okay, I can't go back into the...
I wonder if I need to blow up. No,
It's gonna be sort of wild when I say there's an entire chart.
What?
I'm going to pull up a chart that has all the endings after I'm done with the Fortnite survey. In case you ever end up needing assistance. Luckily though, the first several endings are really easy to just intuitively understand on your own.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I wish the game had like an ending counter thing,
This was
like
not
menu.
the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautiful, but eager to get back to business. Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Should I just, like, not listen to him?
I find it funny because there's actually 3 routes here.
Where are the other 2? Oh, wait, no, okay, no.
No, 2 of them are to your left.
Which way should I go? I'm just going to go straight.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
Well, that's a roast.
Wait, you read that sign more carefully real quick, because I never paid attention to it. If you jump off and kill yourself, you'll get charged $5,000.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley left from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
That's just a roast. Oh, wait. Oh, it's like fully reset.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could
After
he do?
every ending, it just brings you
Stanley
straight back to
decided
the
to go to the
beginning.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
That's probably one of the quickest endings that there is.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I'm curious if...
Yes, this room.
Wait, I need to hear what he says here.
Room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider.
Thing is, I think there's like multiple different lines. All very
Eager to
similar,
get
but
back to
still
business,
slightly different.
Stanley took the
Yeah.
first open door on his left.
What happens if I go straight again?
Oh, there's still like a couple more endings on the route straight.
Okay.
There's a bunch
Stanley
of
was so
things
bad
that you
at
can get
following
to.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
Okay, so what else can I do on here?
I mean, there still is the cargo lift.
Oh, yeah.
That'll get you to
That's a
like 3 or
fork.
4 different things, depending on how you go about writing them.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. Someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
No, that encouraged me, that makes me not want to follow you even more.
Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Oh.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith
Is
in
there,
her,
no.
then pick up the phone.
I don't want to pick up the phone. I don't want to do what you tell me to. Random voice. How did I even get into this room? I appeared from here. There's no doorway here.
I think there's a crouch button. I need to check because I swear there was one.
Okay, there is.
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope.
And
Life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No,
yes!
it was supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? Actually, chose incorrectly. I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check.
I've been choosing incorrectly for a bit. You've been roasting me.
Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you made any wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world.
What?
This helpful instructional video.
It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, it can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice.
Rupert?
Invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per
These
day.
are some of the
Do
endings
you
you
make
got
more
right
than
off the
8?
bat.
Less? And finally,
Like,
if you begin to wonder
I'm
if
assuming it's
choices
really
are
obvious
actually
why I
meaningful
enjoyed this
and whether
game.
you'll ever make a significant contribution to the
This is an ending?
that in the vast infiniteness of space,
It'll lead to
your
one.
thoughts and problems are materially insignificant. And the feeling
That's
should
Yeah,
not
at this point you are
shocking.
locked
this
on the
time,
route to
your
this
instructor
ending.
will guide
I
you
don't care. This is amazing.
across the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Is there not a jump button?
We can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Apparently. infection's babying me right now.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Fine. Actually, no. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not listening to you, weird voice. Oh no, it's just not going to give me anything. Okay. Fine. I'll listen to you, weird voice. They think is maybe God. They don't know. You scare me.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe after everything we talked about that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why?
Good.
For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
What? Oh, that's inconvenient. Oh.
I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed.
Good.
The only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What?
Good.
Did you think that would be funny? You just had to see?
Yes. Yes.
On you how important it was to be like Stanley. He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you?
Yes. I thought about that. No, I'm not.
My story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make...
Oh.
Behave exactly as Stanley did. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What happens if I go right? I definitely go right. I'm doing it.
No! Why did you do that?
Oh.
Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be...
Fine. I'll go left.
All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled,
This is definitely an
Stanley
ending
wondered
that
in
probably would be
disbelief
better
who
after at least
orchestrated
going to the
this,
game normally
until he saw
once.
the door with a voice receiver next to it.
Really?
Surely behind this door
Yes.
lay all the answers to his
Because then you'd
questions.
notice that the
And in all
boss's office is
probability,
completely
he knew
wrong.
the passcode. He had
Oh.
seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Does he expect me to speak here? What?
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Or is
I'm gonna
it?
mention now that this game has no way to actually know whether or
I'm
not you
sorry,
have
is
a
there a
mic.
problem?
Okay,
You
good.
didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not gonna do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of two of them...
What?
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it.
Created with Unity. Yeah, I expected that.
Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
So, how long did that take? 23 minutes, and I beat the game for the first time. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply...
So go through the game normally this time.
At least just so you can get a sense on it normally.
Yeah.
When Stanley came to a set of two...
There will be tons of things that'll want to get you to want to get off the path, but...
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley
I see what you mean.
not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret
The fact that I actually know the code already because of how many times I played this
2845.
game.
But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Oh. This isn't creepy at all. Random voice, your input would be loved here.
Descending deeper into
Oh,
the building,
thanks.
Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
That's exactly what I mean about how there's things that'll get
Yeah.
the pack.
Oh, that. Okay. Random voice again. So, what do I do here?
There's a button with a light bulb on it.
The lights rose on an enormous room
Oh.
packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
After you get a few
Stanley's
endings, something's gonna
co-workers,
unlock
the lives
through
of
this
so many
being
individuals
the Ultra
reduced to
Deluxe
images on
edition of the
screen.
game.
And Stanley, one of them,
But I wonder if I should force you to go through
eternally
everything in the
monitored
base
this
game
place where
first.
freedom meant nothing.
But I guess it doesn't matter too much. So,
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life...
Fired?
His control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Is that the end?
Blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty.
Very cool.
Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
I earned a trophy. And I got another trophy.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
I don't know why I'm going the same route again. I think I'm captivated by something down there. I think
there's actually still like 3 different routes currently available to you right now is kind of funny.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read
Like outside of stuff you've already done.
Although this passageway had the word escape written in it,
How many endings are there?
Stanley would meet his violent death.
What?
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Okay. Yeah, I'm willing to die today. That sounds like fun. Please say something about this door that opened. No? Back up. I looked forward before just walking forward. Oh. Oh, I'm
As the
about to
machine
die.
went into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, it reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what
Okay, I
this
finally got a
world
chance
is.
to unmute my mic.
Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man.
I couldn't tell you how many
So
endings
he
there are,
resigned and willingly accepted this
because
final
I'm
end
still
to
not
his
done with the
brief
stupid
and
Fortnite
short
server.
life.
Oh.
Farewell, Stanley.
Wait, how?
But I'll be able to tell you soon.
Oh. Oh.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a
What?
single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Oh. Um,
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Something I find funny is that I want to say this is an ending that was probably better saved later towards the end.
of
It doesn't really matter much.
course.
This ending is going to reference a bunch of other endings that you don't know.
Yeah, not surprising.
But at the same time, I won't be surprised if that's partially like meant to help guide the player into some of the other endings. Because some of them are very unobvious.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Who are you? I hate you. You're not the default narrator. I hate you, new voice that randomly appeared.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Don't choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
The fact it told me to turn off the PlayStation. I wasn't going to do that because I'm...
There's several things in the game that'll be different based off of what device you're on, and that's one of them. I'm happy they did that as well.
Yeah.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Oh yeah, there's also just like random little events that'll happen, such as that voice line.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Left or right?
Any one you want. There's still several options in both.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the Imperial House first, just to admire it.
I find it funny how the game just firsts you repeatedly.
A work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace, its subtle charm? No. Stanley knew it was something deeper, something darker. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
That's why I said there was two different directions you can go towards the left whenever you first encountered that area.
Yeah.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left. No, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
He has no idea. Oh, is he going to put that video again for me?
Right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Oh. I'm guessing this way. Oh!
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
No.
Okay. Just back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now.
Fired.
Story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
What?
Suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I really need this survey to just end already so I can get to, like...
It's still happening.
Wait, what?
Wait.
No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh.
What?
Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley.
You're
did
still
you
on the
change
same
anything
ending
when
right
we were
now.
back in that room with all the
I'm
monsters? Did you make
guessing.
a story somewhere or hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story.
Yeah.
Right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere.
Yeah, please find that.
Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Backrooms energy. Wait, let's find the story. How did it end up here? Disembodied voice. Please answer.
Okay, the survey's finally over. I'm gonna go download an endings chart.
I'm going to go this way.
You know something's wrong whenever, like, you
This
just
is the
type
worst
Stanley
adventure
Parable
I've
and it's
ever
one of
been
the
on.
first
I can
results
promise
in
you,
endings
there
chart.
definitely was a story here before.
Now I
Do we
need
just-
to go specifically
do we
for an
restart
ultra
the game
deluxe
again?
ending chart.
No.
Unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
No, please.
I'm gonna
All
start
of his
crossing off the
co-workers
endings
were
you've
gone.
done
What could it
on
mean?
this chart.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm just gonna set the date to like a couple weeks in the future in case it takes you forever to complete this game.
What? What do you mean? Does this game have different endings based on the date?
No, you just sometimes are really good at forgetting about things entirely and like, don't get back onto them.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's
I'm
possible
prepping for
this
the
story is
worst.
back where
That
we
might not
just
happen.
came from. Why don't we go back
No,
to
sir,
the
there's no
beginning
doors.
and see if we missed anything?
Okay. So no open doors, no open doors. Still nothing changed. I think that door might be new.
I
Oh.
knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
The narrator also being confused is amazing.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all.
Yeah,
Is this the
same.
story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do
Yes?
you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Yeah, please!
So I think you're actively in this.
All right, I've got a solution.
And,
This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've
Oh,
employed the
my God.
help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
I'm getting amazing digital circus vibes from this and nostalgia. Why is this door open? Okay. Like, no. I remember playing, like, this line before. I'm not going to question it.
The line knows where
You've probably
the story
seen
is.
someone do
It's
it,
over in
'cause
this
it's-
direction.
This is one of the
Stanley,
iconic
to
things of this
destiny.
game.
Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very
Museum
manifestation
ending.
of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think
those
what
are
we
all the
need right
endings
now
you've done
is
so
a bit of
far.
music to lighten the mood. Wait, cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Okay. I'm not studying.
We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
The narrator getting more and more annoyed with the restarts. He's not even giving a care anymore.
Stanley, forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent
Yeah.
people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting.
Okay.
Mysterious. This all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
What door did you open? Okay, this door. I'm getting backroom vibes from this more and more.
Exciting. Just me and Stanley
I'm not too
forging a
shocked
new
since the
path,
back
a new
rooms is
story.
just sort of a
Anything.
plain office-like
What do you want our
space
story
that
to
goes
be?
on forever.
Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley. I'm not afraid.
Okay.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control.
Yes.
Important, we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay.
Yep.
So I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in
You know, this
turn
game's a perfect
leads
example of
to our
how easy it is to get people to just do
destination
things if you
corresponds
want them
with that
to.
contrary
Because whether or not you actually walk around in
so
circles,
starting from the
nothing
right,
changes.
let us ask
Yeah.
whether taking the right door will lead us to where we're going. And since the answer is clearly
I'm getting
yes,
dizzy.
by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall.
I've been playing this for 18 minutes.
Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule?
I like the ending after the 8th restart.
Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey. Though they're all
Same.
life is about the journey and not the destination.
Why is there one chair?
We are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Was that an ending? Or
Yep.
okay.
So now we're back in
How
the
long was I
base
sitting
loop
there?
again.
Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time...
Cold drinks. I just noticed this.
He went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two. Now it's only half there. Just a kind of, tingle.
I love the narrator in this game now. I hate him, but yeah.
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I'm gonna go straight again.
There's still like 3 more endings you can get
Stanley was
through
so
with
bad at
this
following
area.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
How? What else can I
Actually,
do?
wait, I think 4.
I can't jump annoyingly because I want to get to that forklift and drive it for some weird reason. Because it's that male urge to drive a forklift. You know what I'm talking about.
So like right now there should be, if I recall correctly, 1 that's still up top, 2 that's in a different route in this room that you haven't somehow noticed, and 1 that's in this exact area that you're at.
What's the other one in this exact area? Because I've jumped off the edge and I've gone forward. Hey, wait a minute, the line's down there.
Look, Stanley, I think
Oh.
perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
I forgot about that.
Stanley, really, I know.
But yeah, see?
Investing your trust in someone else can be difficult. But the
So
fact
right
is
now the
that
one that was in
story
that
has
just
been about
area
nothing
is now
but
unavailable
you all
since
this
you
time.
were still
Yeah.
on
Someone you've been neglecting,
cargo lift.
Stanley.
Jesus Christ.
Someone
There's
you
one right
forgot
below you
about.
though.
Please.
Can I just go?
Really? I was in the middle of
Actually, I
something
guess
to
this
have
is 2,
zero
but still.
consideration for others. Are you
There's
that
2 different
curious that I
endings in
want
this
something
route.
bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
One of these endings I haven't even bothered doing because you do have to do something for 4
Now
hours
listen
straight,
carefully, this is
and it's not worth it.
Stanley walked
So I'm just
through
gonna
the red door.
automatically mark it off the list.
What is it?
You haven't gotten close enough to a point where I can actually say it without it being a spoiler, so
Oh wait, which door do I go through?
he wants you to go to the red one, but you can choose whatever you want.
Wait a minute, I think I've seen this part in a YouTube short.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to
Okay,
listen to
so
me.
I'm marking
Do
off
you
this
see that I
ending.
really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem
Eric,
is
you just say, okay,
that
marking
you
off
consider
this
yourself
ending
someone
now.
that isn't here, running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for?
What are you doing, mister?
I got the trophy can't jump with the description. No, seriously, we disabled it.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, no, wait. Where are you going? Right. Where were we?
Yeah, bye.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Okay, good.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Oh. Wait, please have a reaction if I go down. Okay, no reaction.
I bet if you went all the way back to their room, he'd possibly say something, but
Yeah, let me try that.
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here. No! What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here.
What did we achieve?
Didn't you? You will die.
the tranquility of
What
that
about
room,
this
I
isn't
guess.
getting through to you?
I guess. Please freeze me in midair and say something.
No! Oh, thank God. No. No, no. What are you doing, Stanley? Please.
I like to think Stanley is completely unaware of these restarts every time.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room.
Already to the point where
Yeah.
you moved so slow.
So, I know.
Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Yes.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess it was too much to ask.
I don't know why, but I'm getting more and more.
Choice after all.
The narrator getting more and more depressed is kind of funny to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
So that raises the question, is the narrator aware?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Huh. New content. Do I go through this?
You can if you want to.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Well, I can't go over there yet.
Oops.
Did that appear in my live stream? No.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, here we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Is this the same voice actor from the original game? That's my question.
Yep. They brought him back. In fact, all the voice lines that you've heard before this were the original ones. They didn't redo the old ones.
Give me the content, Stanley.
But his voice was similar enough after like 9 years, so
All right.
that worked
All
out pretty
right, let's see.
perfectly.
It's the jump circle.
Please tell me this is an achievement. I got an achievement for not having the ability to jump.
Let's see here.
I can't jump anymore.
Is that it? Surely that's
I-
not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
36 jumps in one circle. I think that's it.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else.
There's a door on
Let's
the
see.
front and the back,
I'm
so
ready
every
for
single time you
whatever it
turn
is.
around, you end up putting yourself backwards. Like inside the elevator and whatnot.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off
This
on
is
this?
another line that's
I'm
actually different based off of what
infuriated and
device
I'm
you're
offended,
on,
and
because
I intend to find these
it
people
says
on
trophy
Twitter
Yeah.
instead
and
of
hold them
achievement.
personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations.
Like, I'm being disappointed in this is amazing.
And we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
I guess. I guess. Okay. Wait. Okay.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
I can't stand there. Okay, makes sense. Is that an actual trophy?
Unsatisfying the new Ultra
The test
Deluxe
trophy, please
content
ignore.
turned out to be.
Yeah.
Got me thinking about the past
Yeah,
and how
it
much
exists.
better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
I swear, if I have to actually step away for 5 years.
If it makes you feel any better, this game released in 2022, at least this Ultra Deluxe version. And the trophy that I think actually says 10 years in this version, I have completed. Despite the fact that it is not
And over here
2032.
is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism.
Okay.
10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that?
So wait, is all the new content just a museum?
Grand and all-encompassing the
No,
original
there's still
Stanley
more
Parable
to the new
was.
content,
It was
but
literally every game.
I'm talking about the
They're onto
new
it later.
Skyrim. It was
content,
Persona 3.
like,
It was
thing.
all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now, a lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
It's an hour. Okay. What? Okay.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com.
Oh.
The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
there's one thing in this room that you missed because you didn't get close enough to it.
What?
It changed now. I decided you got close enough. This is the one ending that they couldn't bring over, as you had to pull up like the like a little console and type in like a fake cheat command.
Of course.
That's the one ending that isn't in this game. You'll probably have to look it up at some point if you want to see it.
I could probably just Google that. Whatever. I'm not one to bother.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable.
I wish they were
The game
still
is
able to
already such
actually
a
just write
densely
Steam
layered
on
web
those
of
shipping
profound
containers without it being a
philosophical
problem.
insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have to
Yeah.
I know on the Steam version of this game it actually does say it though. But I won't be surprised if it's actually like issues with like Sony and Microsoft that don't allow it. They're like, oh, we don't allow
Okay,
you
let's see
promoting
what this one
other
says.
video games.
Well, the idea for the game is good. For someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness.
You kinda
It's
are.
quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse.
Oh, here's a good review.
I know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't.
I love how they blurred that.
What an awful memory to have to hold on to.
These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Oh, here's another bad review.
You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable.
What?
It's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Oh no.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll zip right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered.
I put down the controller.
On and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people, and if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 240.
How long do you think this is going to go?
I know it
You
goes
played
on.
this.
Possible to
Yeah.
manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday.
And then I
here
think it
there,
looped
forward
at
and
some
back,
point.
and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and
Yeah,
therefore,
there's the
by
loop.
becoming it is, so on and so forth, until
Is it actually just going to make me press that?
at which time,
Yeah.
everything all at once, so, blah, 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 blah. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my... Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a faultless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming long.
Whoa!
That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes?
That's concerning.
It's not durable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12... I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone.
Yeah, I noticed.
From every angle, I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no... You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week.
You think?
Not a single person to speak with. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is
Good.
only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all.
Oh, did he die? Did I kill the narrator? Okay. Is it the fire alarm right there that I noticed earlier?
Yeah.
But they didn't understand.
Whoa! Okay, that scared me.
But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If some...
Wait a minute, he had to change out that smoke detector or something.
I forgot I also streamed this game.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
I think I did the entirety of the game. Or like, as much as I could. Like, how, as much as it would allow.
Yeah.
In one stream. A nearly 6 hour stream. And then to get the platinum trophy, I had to do like 3 other streams afterward. The first stream was just all the main endings and whatnot, and everything you can allow, the game will allow in the first session. But there's some stuff that are locked behind, like restarting the game a couple times.
How many times do I have to press this?
I don't remember, but...
Nothing.
Let's buy something quick.
What? Okay, I can't press that again.
I really like the music in this section.
Wait.
I love the way it just like restarts like
Am I
nothing ever
sure
happened.
that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
I'm tempted to go just because of that sign, but I don't want to.
Whenever that sign actually does mean there's more. Notice how it says new content.
Oh yeah, true.
Oh good, you noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Let's go through this again. Oh wait.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the
This
game
stream's
will
just
sort of
gonna now be
naturally
hearing your
spring
heavy
up around
breathing.
them. It'll all work
What?
itself out. Game development
You
is
like
much
started
more of a
breathing
fuzzy
heavily when you made
magic
it to this
than
place.
anything scientific.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
I believe that, because I just do that randomly sometimes, and you always call me out for it.
Try out some of the new features.
Wait a minute! Oh, this is gonna be fun! Oh yeah, this is gonna be real fun.
Two, I ask myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that one? Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim. Jim. Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name.
Yes!
We're doing it again.
I misread that and it got me here.
Now, allow yourself to become Jim.
Oh wait, well, let me press it
Imagine
again.
yourself driving to work as Jim, playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim, staying up all night for a popcorn and horror movie sleepover as Jim, developing a crippling substance addiction as Jim, discovering yourself through fringe religious groups as Jim, and finally dying a slow death at an old age, surrounded by members of your cult as Jim.
What?
Feel it in your soul? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please Yes, you see! What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again. Jim. It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the gym button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Okay. Oh, those doors opened. I wish that was a mute button, though, because I could see that leading to very funny things.
I suppose I could allow
Yeah.
only people named Jim to play
I
the
mentioned turning around and seeing the name of that section now.
Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Oh, jeez. I didn't even read that. I just saw that and I read mute.
No, the thing originally said that it said the name of the player who pressed the button or something like that.
Where should I go? Oh, yeah,
There's a lot of things, and if you end up trying to go ahead and skipping everything, I will make sure to let you know that you can go back and there's still more. So just go wherever.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
I'm just gonna go get this free trophy real quick. Hopefully.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the whole fans all over the world. Gloriously demanding this feature. Gamers, be here, and I promise it will happen.
Okay, fine.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
What? Oh wait, what's this? Oh, okay. Please no screenshots.
I think I have a screenshot on the PlayStation of that
In
sign.
the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm under
I just took one in here.
well, someday and happy 12th birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get well someday it is.
I hit happy 12th birthday.
Yeah, no matter what, he ends up choosing the opposite of the one you actually choose.
Maybe I should have
Yeah.
No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
What happens if you scanned that?
There is like an actual website.
I'm just curious what that brings you to.
Funnily enough, the streamer Germa was live streaming this game, and they actively, like the devs, went out of their way to just like troll him a bunch and kept changing the website around repeatedly, like while he was live. So there's like this whole like bit for like 30 minutes where you just kept reloading the page to see the stupid shit that they were doing.
Yeah, they just like have this whole fake thing that's amazing. I want to know what they did to this now. But I don't
Yeah,
care.
I'll have to find you a video at some point. It's really entertaining. There still is a bunch of random things that you haven't done here yet, so.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go back and try that trophy again, because
It's
no,
not gonna change.
it's not.
It's just gonna
Okay,
waste your time.
unfortunate. That's unfortunate.
You didn't even walk into it.
Yeah.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is
And
just
you're
so
going
much
towards the
catchier
exit right
than
now. There's
Ultra
still more
Deluxe,
that you've
don't you
missed.
think?
A lot
Oh.
more.
Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
And collect it.
Oh, wait, can you actually collect it?
The cursor on screen appears whenever there's something you can interact
Hmm.
with.
So, is there more, or is that the only one?
That was
Oh,
1
it
out of
really
6.
is the worst when you
Huh.
get everything in a video game,
But the rest
and
are
then
in
they give
Stanley
you a
Parable
big
2,
fancy
so.
reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
And I'm assuming that doesn't exist. And never will. Oh yeah, the infinite hole. I meant to go check that out.
Also, directly to your right is something new as well.
I can't
But
jump.
you already used your jumps earlier, so. That's part of the reason why I said not to use them, but there is jumps available, that is. You have infinite jumps throughout the game. And there's actually like a single Easter egg in like a small area that you can find if you have access to jumping. But it's like such a small, boring thing. There's no trophy.
Yeah.
That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games is new.
Why is there a roof coming down, and where did that come from? Anyway.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top. And we can continue onward. Great. Now, I'm
There
very
still is
excited
more
to
to
show
the
you
infinite
even
hole.
more of
I'm
my
not gonna let you
requests.
run away from this.
Oh no!
This is for people who choose not to just instantly listen to the narrator and, you know, do stuff like go into the right door or choose not to press the teleport button.
Yeah, like when I first started.
Right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again, so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to walk up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
So, when do I hit this, or?
You can hit it whenever. But
Okay.
there still is more.
You're kidding!
You see, I was right. The problem is you. You like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole. I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of that, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. This started to become a thing that... Wow. Okay. Yeah. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and modeling. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Wait, where's Kurt?
The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, how is this still appealing to you? I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Just stay here this time.
Is the,
Oh,
teleport
I guess I don't need to
button
save it.
working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there's one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. Everyone. You get to be with the whole. I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the whole have a wonderful rest of eternity.
So, how's your day been?
Pretty solid.
Oh.
Are you looking away from the screen right now by any chance?
I was.
into dreamland. But we can't have that. Because this is so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. Miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really truly focused on the game? At the pace of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hellhole. I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay well, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodaloo.
Okay. Here we go again. I wanted to be high on crack again.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
This reminds me of the Bucket War. That was an actual war fought, by the way. There's a real-life war fought over a bucket.
Yeah. And this is about to show off the real reason why it makes sense for something like that.
Oh no.
The Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're hurt,
There's no bucket there.
a sense of calm
Okay, how the actual real-life Bucket War started. Oh, there's the bucket.
You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of it seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you from the Stanley Parable 2.
So can I just leave with this bucket?
Yeah.
Nice. Free bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
I like how certain sections will just like change their name in case something different happens with them. Like for instance, you'll notice that sign now says mostly infinite hole.
I don't think it's even mostly infinite anymore.
I think it does reset the hole after it resets the area, but it does change the name of it to just mostly infinite hole.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not going to go check.
Go over to the map just so I could check if there's anything else that you've missed. Because it has a long list of everything. Alright, there's Settings World Champion.
Where's that?
You got close to it earlier. You just gotta go up to the stairs next to the jump circle.
Oh.
Now, you are sort of a dingus, a dweeb, and you haven't done the Settings World Champion achievement yet. But you can at any time.
I guess.
You gotta go through every setting and go through every single option.
Do I need to change anything?
You have to change every single setting. And the thing is that some settings have subsections to them. And you have to go through every single little bit. So like for instance, the volume sliders, you gotta go.
This is the story of...
Oh no.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very... exciting to show you.
Oh, wait a minute. And also his internet crashed. Oh.
Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy.
Hello?
So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a...
Oh, wait. Yeah, that's how I get the trophy. Settings.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay.
Wait, so how do I get that achievement?
I'm trying to tell you earlier that you could reset your settings.
Oh.
Also, you have your notifications turned off when you're live streaming, so
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Do I?
Stanley
Yeah.
worked for a company in a big building where he was
so you reset the game again.
D-
Employee number 4.
No. Can I save this or no?
Yeah, just stop resetting everything. I don't know why you keep resetting, and you're gonna have to run all the way back again.
27's job was simple.
The game's so confused because you keep resetting, so in the beginning, like when it redid the cutscene, it had all the balloons.
Simply missed a memo.
But since you never actually completed this area, it keeps not actually fully functioning correctly. Also, there's tons of settings that you were missing. Because like I said, you have to go through every single option, and sometimes toggling something on brings up new options.
So wait, did I or did I not get that achievement?
Did you actually get the trophy pop-up for it?
I don't think so.
Then that means you did not successfully do it.
You see, Stanley,
So, can I just do this settings change here?
Yeah, but you won't be able to open the door until you have the trophy
I've been
completed.
reflecting on the Stanley
The door for that
and
room.
about how roundly disappointing this
Whenever you
ultra
feel like
deluxe
it, you can
version
always
has
go
turned
back
out
to this
be.
place.
The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget it.
Let me just quickly see if I can.
It's really easy, but you gotta go through all the different volume sliders and all the other sliders
Wait,
that show up.
the reset settings, yes.
Now, for instance, in FOV, just like tick through every single option. I don't know if you have to dwell through everything, so if you want... you've already messed up.
What?
I said every single option. So, like, when I say FOV, I don't mean just move FOV at all. I mean go through every single individual number.
Oh!
The thing is, I don't know if you actually need to dwell on all of them, so I think you might just be able to hold down and have it, like, quickly scroll through them all. Oh, right, but then it does that, so... And then after you're done with this, you could, like, after being done with everything, you could just reset settings again to be extra certain that everything's correct. You only went to one of the languages. Now notice how
That way, yep.
I don't know where you are now, but there was 2 options that were up above that when you turn them on, they brought up even more settings. You gotta go through all of those. Yeah, the subtitles, settings, and then the reticle settings.
Reticle settings.
I wish it didn't jump around the way it did whenever it goes super fast on the sliders. That's like the main reason why this trophy's annoying for console users.
Why is it not doing anything for the reticle? Can you not change that? For the reticle type?
Any buttons?
Yep.
What button are you pressing?
I'm hitting X and I'm also doing left and right on the D-pad. I'm just going to assume there's not.
I see dot and X. I won't be surprised if it was jumping between the two of those and you just like weren't noticing it.
Yeah. This is going to be the most annoying one, the reticle size.
That's how it be sometimes. My mom gave me these weird cupcakes. I'm gonna try one of them. That's tasty. Not really in the mood for too much sweets right now, though. One thing you can sort of do is just get used to how long you can like quickly go through it before it starts skipping. And just like do little bursts.
It just like froze. It really doesn't want to have it go any bigger for this one.
I'm wondering why you're having so many issues, because I had none at all whenever I played the game and did this.
This is a diabolical achievement. Oh wait, I need to go through reticle opacity. It's frozen again. There it goes.
I wonder if something was going on with your internet when the game was downloading and like the game's like slightly goofed. And still the audio control settings.
Nope, it started to jump and it froze.
think you're starting to get the hang of the short little bursts.
Are you kidding me? It jumped again.
I should have made a setting for that, like whether or not it actually jumps.
Setting sliders jump. Okay, I got it.
It's really funny if it turns out that if it jumps, it actually does count all the ones that it skipped, meaning that it's way easier on console. I don't think you successfully reset your settings.
No, I think I did. I think
you had
that...
the reticle and the game was silent.
Oh.
You have the dot in the middle of your screen.
Yeah.
Scroll down to those settings.
Oh,
Yeah, show reticle is still turned on. Also, the subtitles are now off.
Yeah, we're show subtitles.
It's on the default type by default. Go to controls, by the way, because there was also a setting you fiddled around in there. Okay. Yeah, you have simplified controls turned off.
Okay.
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
You can just like recollect your bucket if you want.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel.
The fact this is just making fun of it.
Ground up. Why there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
I wonder if there's any things that you're gonna have to redo in this place to actually make sure everything works properly.
Yeah.
I still have no clue why you decided to just loop back to the beginning over and over.
I mean, isn't this game about choice?
Well, it's like, that's sort of like the wrong choice that doesn't get anything for you.
Yeah.
In fact, I guess it does take away from you since it did steal a lot of your time.
Yep. Imagine if they made that an achievement. Accidentally wasting your time.
And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the
Perfect solution. Come on, I'll try. That laugh.
The glow of comfort, even in the face sense of crushing despair must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket gives you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2. Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
I'm going to give a hint towards something. It's not going to make too much sense right now. But when the Ultra Deluxe version of this game came out, they essentially doubled the amount of endings that there were.
Really?
Yeah.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And validated. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. Role players Jim to really simulate the full experience.
Oh yeah, there is something to do with this button that you never actually ended up doing.
What?
Here we go. Let's take a deep
You
breath,
can get a little
clear
bit
your mind,
too excited
forget
about
whether
pressing
you
the
are
Jim button
and
and he'll
simply
take it
become a
away
person.
from you.
Oh!
Which means just spam the shit out of that shit.
Yeah.
Seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching
Except
your
right now it
dreams
sounds like you're
crumble
taking a
to
jog
dust.
around your room and
Do you
set
feel
your
it
controller
deeply?
down.
Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button. Jim. Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again. Jim. It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal... Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting it in the Jim. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
I was expecting him to just send it into the floor.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Yeah, you can go up to the settings world champion now if you want. The only other thing I think you will actually need to just recheck after this is probably just the collectibles, just to make sure the first one is actually collected.
Yeah.
Ah, I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion trophy. Well done. I've experienced everything. Travel to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting. Something called Bumpscosity. What exactly is Bumpscosity? Well, I
And now
haven't
you'll
figured that
probably
part
understand
out
a
yet, but
reference
I
that you
know
possibly
that
have
you'll
heard
be able
outside
to
of this
adjust it on
game.
some sort of slider,
Because some people
and
started
it'll
adding
be accessible from
Bumpscosity
the
sliders
settings
to their
menu.
games just to
We'll sort
reference
out the rest
this.
of the details later.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Trying out every level of
It's a
Bumpscosity
meaningless
in the
joke that's
Stanley
just meant to
Parable
reference
2.
this game when
Oh.
other people do it. Because your Bumpscosity doesn't really do anything other than, I guess, get random little voice lines from the narrator depending on how high you have it. All the whole infinite hold stuff over again. The real things I wanted to make sure that were for sure like redone were just the bucket and the collectibles.
This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back onto the dock, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
He knows that we're about to find the bottom.
I say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're... Great! Now, I'm very Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole. I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yeah. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
What are you doing now?
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of your trip.
Racism. And you may have noticed something different about it this time.
The bucket. Right?
Yep.
It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a
Well, you woke me for my acid trip, so I'm a little annoyed at you now.
and wake you up to keep you really truly focused on the hole. From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them.
This hole.
Stanley, I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Here we go again. I'm joking.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
I want to check something. Go back into the bucket room real quick.
Oh yeah, what does it say now that I have the bucket? Nothing.
Good to know that it doesn't do that here.
What?
Spoiler. I'll get onto it later, but for now I just want you to finish the rest of the Stanley Parable 2 content, I guess. Showcase. Okay, so yeah, you've already collected it, so it remembers that. So yeah, now you can go on to the exit.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But all right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now? So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh.
Oh, it switched the balloons out
Well,
for you.
I mean, there's
I guess
potential
because
here,
you didn't
right?
go
It's
back into the
sort of
area, I guess it
okay,
sort of just automatically chose the
Hold
second
on.
one.
Let me do a different arrangement.
In other words,
Okay,
assuming that
yes,
you chose
yes,
the first.
this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, this
Let me
is
out
the
of here.
Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. Perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh yeah, I played this game literally the second it came out on the Switch. So it was sort of cool being able to be like, oh yeah, Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, and it's like, yo everyone, I'm playing the Stanley Parable 2 actually. Suck it, losers.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a
Oh,
big
never mind, it
building
is still
where
just
he
gonna
was
put the white balloons in
employee
it.
number
It's really
427.
confused about your choice now due to all those resets earlier.
Yep.
So it unlocks this version of the cutscene, but there's a potential that the office might still be decorated with a Happy 12th
Orders
birthday
came to him through a
70s.
monitor on the desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push.
I guess we'll see which one it goes with for the actual rest
This
of
is
the
what
game.
employee 427 did every day, every month, of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-burning, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar. All of
Okay,
his
so it does
coworkers were
remember the
gone.
first thing.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Now, when I say that they doubled the amount of endings, something that you may have just noticed,
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him,
I guess
begging
you
him
didn't
to
notice
pick
it,
up. Why was
but
he
the
not
narrator
doing
did.
it?
What bucket?
The one you walked right past when I started talking. Behind you. On its
Oh.
pedestal.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Now, here's the thing. There's a bucket version of every ending that you can get to with the bucket.
Of course.
Which means now
Stanley clutched
it's gonna
the
get
bucket
extra
tightly to his
complicated to
chest
go through this
and
checklist.
on his knees.
Now I'm gonna have to tell you whether you have the bucket or the non-bucket version, unless you want to reset and do the non-bucket versions of everything real quick.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
There's also the broom closet, which you can actually open the door to.
Going to a staircase,
Wait, what?
Stanley and the boy walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yeah, you never ever bothered trying to interact with other doors throughout the game, so...
Stepping into
What's the
Stanley's
password
office,
again?
Stanley was once again
2845.
stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this dark moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Actually, I wanted to do something.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Only
No,
because of the
I'm
bucket.
I'm going through this big ending chart like a bingo board, essentially.
See if I'll get to it.
Better of it, realized they simply
Like,
had too
if you want, I
much
could
to
send you a
lose.
picture of the current state of it, and you'll see what I mean.
Wait. Okay, good. I still have the bucket.
The lights
Yeah, you don't
rose
magically
on
lose
an
it.
enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
So from here on out, I'm technically in the Stanley Parable too.
Yeah, pretty much.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock.
Yeah, here's what the endings chart looks like.
I don't
The
know.
red dots are the normal endings, the blue dots are the bucket endings, and then the ones where the red and blue are merged are ones that have a bucket and a non-bucket version. So I've been going through all of those, and every single time you get an ending, I fill one of the circles with black, marking that one is completed.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
Are you sending it to me over?
Furiously,
I sent it to you on
Stanley's
PlayStation already.
Oh no. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and also all the orange dots are the special ones that aren't actual endings but still have
His own
something
life
to
in
do.
someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
There's now only
But
two
here
different
was the
endings
proof.
available to you
The
right
heart
now.
of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions.
Wait, what?
happy Or sad or
A bucket and a
content.
non-bucket version.
Walking, eating, working, all of it
Oh.
monitored and commanded
I mean,
from this very place.
Two different, like a bucket version of one that you've already done, and then there's also a bucket and non-bucket version of one that you haven't done.
Human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends,
I don't know if you
Stanley and the
forgot, but
bucket,
there's
up against
multiple
the
buttons
world.
over up
They
ahead.
high-fived in a really cool
Yeah.
way. And the bucket made a sassy comment about
You chose
taking
the
down
off
the
button
system.
first time, but you never pressed on before, and there is also a bucket version of both options, so...
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? Stanley was prepared
So now
to
there's
throw the
just
bucket away in disgust.
a non-bucket
Then
on
suddenly, an image
and a
appeared
with
upon the
bucket
enormous
off
screen.
as endings that you have access to
Birds.
that you haven't done here.
Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
So
Stanley
you've
flipped
unlocked the
through
Silly
one
Birds
video of
ending.
Silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their
Oh yeah, there are a
lives here
couple
in this
endings that
place,
don't have bucket
living through
versions,
life
where it's like
streams of
going
the
down a
silliest
certain
birds
path has like
imaginable.
two different non-bucket
Of all
endings,
the
where if you go to
possible
that area
paths
with a
his life
bucket,
could
it's a
have taken,
completely different
this
area.
one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
So like that catwalk you went to, and it had like the red and blue door. Choosing different doors there has their own endings, but if you go to that area with a bucket, neither of those doors are there.
Oh.
So yeah, the
Even
game
now,
the game has a
Stanley's
lot
voice
of
was a
different
distant
stupid shit
memory.
throughout,
What
just
did it
because of the
look like?
bucket. There's
Was it a
actually
computer,
like
perhaps? And a
an
painting?
ending
Was it a painting
right in
or a
this room.
photo? He could no longer
Oh?
recall.
You can jump through that window.
This window?
No matter how hard Stanley
Yeah.
looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Of course, you're gonna have to do some primitive methods, as there is no jump button. So
Yeah. Hmm. How to do this?
it isn't obvious, of course. Since there is no jumping still, it's got to be something near the window.
Yeah.
You got like really close to it a little bit ago, but then like ran away from it.
Oh.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place
Oh.
to be?
See which
Why
ending
don't we
you get.
take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
I am, but I'm tempted to say no.
In that case, we'll continue. Now,
No, it
here comes the
is.
real question.
Check that one
What
off.
do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Would it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
So wait, I actually have to manually go? Oh yeah, this is a sequel. So after it begin game, I'm assuming?
Yeah, but this does tell kind of as an ending, despite the fact that you have to manually do it.
Oh, that's amazing.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked,
There we
he couldn't
go.
find a trace of his co-workers. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you
That's
think?
one of my favorite songs I just sent to you.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just restart the game any old time you want. Like, right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley.
About to check this whenever you
Who
click
people
yes.
considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly.
Wait, this all changed.
Yeah, I could do that sometimes.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of
Okay.
comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley told the door on his left to go back to the...
I gotta see which ending you go for this time.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
I'm like half like mentally questioning what I should do now.
There is no special death, by the way, if that makes things easier.
Good.
Alright.
Now
And I
ride
still have the
lift all
chart
way to the
open, so
top.
I can always
There's
check off
something
things
up
you
there
have and
I need
haven't
you to
done
do.
and tell you to come back.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking
We get to
him.
the point where
It should have alarmed him,
should.
of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that
Also,
the
I
bucket
think after
had
going to the
spoken
Stanley
him,
Parable
and
2
he
area,
unthinkingly
you
did
actually have
whatever the
unlocked
bucket
more
asked.
stuff in this big room. Being a figurine to collect, and the
here,
2 new
said the
endings
Go
on the
into this
path to
dark
that
room
figurine.
over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
It's all behind you now.
Yeah.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home.
Whoa! Hold on. Why did you unplug the phone?
Okay.
Were you trying to resist the
That's now the bucket and
Stanley,
non-bucket
I was
version of this
joking.
ending.
Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it, but there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Wait, what?
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
No.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. It's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, with each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles, all of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Is that a Super Earth commercial?
Hey, goodness, this video is a little
Nah,
outdated,
but it's
isn't
definitely
it?
meant to
Well,
be a
no matter.
reference.
I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe you should probably pay attention more. You said to go back, so.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be
There actually
right
is a
now.
way to get down there and
Well, I wouldn't
survive.
be the king of comedy, that's
Really?
right. The bucket spoke to
Yeah,
Stanley.
but I think you may have actually barred yourself from being able to do it.
The bucket spoke.
Really?
I'll figure it out on the fly.
Yeah.
No need to
Yeah.
overthink things.
You kind of used all your jump stuff earlier. There's a glitch, and it's definitely not as intended because, yeah. But if you just jump down there, assuming you actually bring the jumps over to that area, then I believe it actually stops your death as you were in air for
Here
the
we
jump.
go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No, what's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video.
No!
Here we go. You ready?
Okay.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community
Yeah,
of
you
other
can't do it
jokers.
right now because
I'm
you're
going
in
to be
December.
shamed every
Yeah.
one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not?
I guess you beat the game twice now.
Pale with shame?
Yeah.
Pale? What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so mental. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. Getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Why did I grab the bucket? I didn't want to grab the bucket.
Stanley
I guess you could just do another bucket ending if you want.
and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley
Let me
knew
know
the
if you're ever at a
bucket's
point in
warmth
time
and
where you
comfort
can't
now more than
think
ever.
of anything else
Perhaps
to
his
do,
boss's office was where he'd find out Stanley.
and I can help you
You
get
feel
the other
it?
endings if
The
you have a
broom
good joke.
closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. No. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I've never. Go
Usually
on,
people who
Stanley.
play this game
Lay
just
into
stay
it.
in the broom
Really
closet.
tell the broom closet off for its demeaning compliment.
Should I
You're
just?
instantly just trying to run away from it.
Yeah, I'm staying in here.
Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
How long can I stay in here?
Okay, I've got you something which I
Oh,
think
well.
will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's
Probably.
no more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is
I don't think you can
also
see
a
that the sticker
bucket.
is under the
That
property
way,
of
if
Stanley
you
1
ever
to do
wonder
Yeah.
whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself,
Oh, by the way, the
it's a
stickers stay on
bucket.
permanently. Now, for the rest of the game, anytime you have the bucket, it's gonna have those stickers.
Nice.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
So,
Yeah, I believe that's the last of the dialogue in here.
okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, the red light district.
And there's a figurine you can collect back there.
Oh, wait. Oh, I'm blind.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows that.
Alright, I can actually mark down all the collected figurines as well. Because this chart has all of them in here. So I'll mark bottom of the staircase.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. And that's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. Now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket! Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley! Find me! He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other.
Who the hell is Mariella?
Picked up her bucket
We're
and
just trying to explain that to
and
you.
walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
I love just the backflipped all the way over to work line. That's my favorite part of that entire thing.
Do I grab the bucket this time?
If you want to, you still have like, let's see.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You have like 10 or so non-bucket endings.
Right, I meant to be checking the doors.
This is definitely one of those games that sometimes expects you to actually check all the achievements.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way. Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office, because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
Alright, I check this one.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Oh, wait.
I can just tell you which doors can be actually dealt with at all.
I think there's like a weird achievement for touching every door for some reason.
I can guarantee you there isn't.
The lounge was grand.
Oh, that's annoying. Okay, yeah, tell me.
Like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger
Okay,
version
so
of this exact
you just want me to like
room.
help you get to another ending or something?
Yeah.
Took the first open door on his left.
Let's just continue with all the ones in the cargo area, because there's a lot there.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait. This cargo area or... Oh, wait. This is my cargo area.
Stanley was so bad at following directions.
And one of the
it's
ones that
incredible
you
he
haven't
wasn't
gotten
5 years ago.
is the one where once you walk onto the cargo lift, you instantly back right off on it and have it just go without you.
Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Sorry to break it to you, Stanley, but that lift isn't coming back. You must either get comfortable right here on this platform, or test your luck by jumping to the floor below. You know what? Looking at it now, it's not that far to the bottom floor. I bet you can make it.
So I'm guessing I have to jump now?
Come
I
on.
believe it's
I'm
like
sure
a...
you'll survive the jump.
if you want
Don't tell me
to.
you're scared. That's not the Stanley I know. Do it. Do
Or you
it.
could just sort
Do
of
it,
sit
do it,
around
do it,
waiting
do
for
it,
more
do it.
random dialogue. Yeah, I think this is a point where, at this point, you have to suicide. I don't think there's more dialogue now.
Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
What time to go back to the cargo area?
All of his co-workers had gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible. he
So there's
wasn't
also
5
that
years
plank
ago.
there. And you might notice a Stanley figurine.
Where?
glowing yellow dot and on
Oh.
top of something that shouldn't have glowing yellow. Ignore the vent for now. That's another one of the endings. I just want you to collect the figurine first, real quick. Just so you can get them all and get that ending.
You know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Okay, so where now?
You
Just
can go
drop.
into the vent now. And go and get the ending in there.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun.
I'm gonna mention that your cursor on screen appears when you can interact with stuff because you somehow didn't notice it.
That it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recorder. It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off.
Despite the fact this is a non-bucket ending, this is actually one that's original to this game, if I recall correctly.
Life being an unending waterfall of surprises.
Not surprising.
How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Now there's still 2 more in the cargo area that are non-bucket ones.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
And there's
Stanley decided to go to the
4
meeting
more
room.
that are with
Perhaps
the
he had
bucket.
simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay!
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nope.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
So there's one that's like through the option through the catwalk, if you remember what I'm referring to. And then there's
This.
also the one up above at the phone that you never did.
What phone? Oh!
At the far top.
Yeah. Are you talking about this catwalk?
Perhaps we've gotten
Yeah.
off on the wrong foot here.
Okay.
Not your enemy, really.
There's also a
I
figurine
realize
somewhere in that
investing
area
your
as well.
trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for
Oh,
me?
it's this
Are you
one.
that convinced that
Or
I've
is
done
it?
something bad
Which
to
way
you?
is it?
Why, I don't know how
Through
to
the open
convince you
door.
of this, but
Okay.
I really do want to help you, to show you
And check
something
through
beautiful.
some doors because I think
Let
the
me prove
figurines
it.
in the
Let
door
me
and
prove that I'm
around
on
that
your
area.
side. Give me a
Could be
chance.
further on in. At least I swear it was. It's marked on here as existing, so.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley
Oh, of
walked
course, it's an
through the
open
red
door.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Fickles. What do you think, Stanley?
What?
The name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1. Let me see it.
I'm sure it will come to me.
So you never actually did the blue door route?
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is skill trees. Work with me, you give me absolutely nothing. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Okay, I guess.
I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
I was so tempted just to say 1, just to ruin this narrator, but also 5 I know would be funny.
You can pick any one you want to.
I'm just gonna say 1.
A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Okay. Okay.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect.
Okay.
In this game, the baby goes left.
Oh, I've seen this.
To move him back to the right.
If you play this for 4 hours, you get an ending that is essentially just a line of dialogue before resetting. But it is more fun just to fail this instead of playing it for 4 hours straight.
I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes.
Funny thing is, I would if it wasn't midnight.
You heartless bastard.
Yes,
Because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
both.
The latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me.
Also, the Ultra Deluxe version of this ending is different from the normal version of this ending in the base game
Thank you
from
for playing. Your
2013.
input was extremely valuable.
2013.
The game was so awful.
That's when the original version of the game came out.
You said
Before-
15.
I said 13. You can even clip it.
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Okay.
Aha, fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
This is like an entire other, like, semi-popular game.
Below you,
It just
This is the
dropped me
game
to...
Firewatch.
perhaps for some sort of twist.
Yeah.
Yes, that must be it.
Hey, this give me credit
Venture into the
for the fact I recognized it.
gravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And
Now,
it seems there's even more. Come,
the
let's
difference
venture out
between
and
this
see what else
game
is out there.
and the original is that it does bring you through different games. And I think it's more obvious when you heard that door open sound have the Minecraft door open sound.
Yeah.
One of the games it brought you to was Minecraft in the original version. But they switched it up for the fun of it.
Oh no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly, block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You really wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Yeah, so in the normal game,
Rocket!
it takes you to Minecraft and then Portal in the original game. But this one takes you to Firewatch and Rocket League.
You could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together.
Why is this guy giving me more and more, Kane from the Imaging Digital Circus vibes?
You were too focused on talking that you didn't hear the ball spawn sound effect.
Oh, yeah. Oh. That's inconvenient.
So I guess just to talk more about the original version of this ending, there's like a... Before switching to Portal, he builds like a little shitty dirt house in Minecraft and whatnot. And then puts a door on it and whatnot. That's the reason why there's a Minecraft door open sound in the game. And then he brings you to Portal. You can complete the first level and just jump down the elevator shafts. Of course, in here you just jump down the Rocket League goal.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How
And
will
they
you
both
write a
leave
story
here.
without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley.
And then it brings you to the original Stanley Parable, which was a mod in the Source engine. Like a Half-Life mod.
Huh.
Interesting little tidbit about the game's history.
Yeah, and the one person that joined my live stream is getting this.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end is very soon. I can wait.
There's the phone ringing.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Understood. Your order will be canceled immediately. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Okay, there's like one more ending in the.
Yeah, there's a final
When Stanley
ending in
came
the
to
Bucket
set
area.
out
At
to
least a
find
final
Rose,
non-Bucket
he
one.
entered the door on his left. This
Did
was
you
not
get scared of the
way into
narrator?
meeting room.
Yes!
How?
Perhaps he wanted to
He hadn't said anything up to that point.
admire it. It was okay.
Why does he sound disappointed every time I get there? Just like, it was okay.
Door on his left.
Probably just because you rush in.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
So,
You still haven't gone all the way up top and actually answered the phone.
oh
Stanley, I
yeah,
think
that.
perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Yeah, blah blah blah. Keep talking. I'm going to ignore you. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah.
Someone else can be difficult, but the fact
Yeah,
is,
yeah,
this story has been
yeah.
about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please.
But I don't care. I
stop
don't
trying to
care.
make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking for this is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the...
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. This is a very sad story about the death of a man.
What?
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work.
It's something that you somehow haven't noticed.
Except that he's chosen
What?
Every single time you press a button, something happens in the room.
But in his mind, in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind
that
his
desk's
desk,
been there
Stanley
for a while.
dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job.
Yeah, that TV disappeared.
One day, while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Okay, I'm not going to do it. Only just to prove him wrong. Oh, don't make me. Don't make me. Oh, you're going to make me just to prove the point.
If you stay here and never press the button, nothing will happen.
You see,
Yeah.
can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time you'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried...
What?
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought...
So there's no cargo room endings that don't involve the bucket?
Hey, let me grab that.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Yeah, the only other thing you could do up here is just pick up the phone with the bucket.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
This Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
How is my life better with a bucket?
It's a bucket, man. Obviously, your life will be better.
Yeah. Okay. So just wait, I guess?
You keep doing that thing where you completely ignore when the cursor appears on your screen.
When did it appear?
When you looked at the bucket.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his hand. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it would ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do
You're already in
anything
this ending,
else.
so you can't do that.
Yeah,
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal. It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort
I guess
of
it's just a
shiny
freaky
bucket.
version of the Stanley Parable 2
Look at
music.
this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket.
What?
Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Go back to work. Oh.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
There's 3 more cargo room bucket
Stanley
endings.
picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone.
You haven't gone onto the catwalk yet
Not with the bucket.
with the bucket,
Stanley clutched
along with
bucket
the
tightly
vent
to his- This
and
was
just
not
backing
the
off of
way to
the
meeting
cargo
room.
lift.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do. Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him.
I love reading the
Stop.
warning
Look there
signs
on the wall.
around
You
the
see,
place
there's a sign
sometimes.
right
They
there
get
that
really
says,
goofy.
"No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have...
Please show me a video, please.
If not addressed quickly and properly.
How about something better?
The impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't. Please, step in here for a moment. Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios.
Oh, this is better.
I'm showing you is a bucket. Simply enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
So that is a bucket.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous it tells the earth. This is a gimmick. How you managed to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
So I am going to mention ahead of time that even though we're running low on
Is this a bucket?
cargo area stuff, there still is, after you complete the cargo area stuff, there still is one thing to do on the door on the right before being done with everything with the right door.
Okay.
And it does involve the bucket, so.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Okay.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here.
Okay, I might say yes.
Bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. When I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless... Is that what you think? Answer me seriously. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Except for buckets, of course.
I'm too confused to even sort it out. I need a sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
You are.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself.
We are able to carry liquids from place to place, so.
I'm afraid that
And we do have trace amounts of metal in our bodies as well, so.
Yes.
We're definitely buckets.
All buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Did you ever think a video game was gonna make you reaffirm yourself that you're a bucket?
Why did everything disappear? Wait,
Yes.
everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. My God, I hadn't thought of that. Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's still painful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, I tell you what, I'll reset everything. We'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right.
I like imagining like an overly animated character for him occasionally, and it's so funny.
No, this isn't the right office, is it?
So what's the last one I have to do?
There's still 3 more things throughout the right door. There's still 2 more in the cargo area. Before going to cargo area, there's the door on the left.
Yeah.
And then there's the elevator in there. That's the one on that isn't a cargo area ending.
Go straight or
Elevator.
elevator? Okay.
Going straight will just bring you to what the door on the left would bring you to.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from
I like how these are the characters in the game. The adventure line, the broom closet, your computer, the baby, the wrong office room, the fern, etc., etc.
The wrong office room?
Yeah, you could tell by the green walls.
Oh,
The
yeah.
wrong boss's office.
Oh, yeah.
Don't you want another story involving the adventure line? We could make the adventure line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
This game's release was definitely more fun for people like me who knew of the game before. So like had stuff like the adventure line in their head for years.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans.
That's a line I don't think you actually heard yet.
What?
The Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yeah, I haven't heard that before.
Yeah, that's another thing that's throughout the base game.
You're going to have to give something up.
I'm not giving up the bucket.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's
I like how this is also specifically just an intervention devised by a narrator and a bunch of completely random things.
Yes.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
The fact I just stood there where all that happened.
I'm gonna mention that if I recall correctly,
prized creation. You had so
this
much
ending never
potential.
changes.
We were going to do such marvelous things with you.
Like if I recall correctly, the bucket's just too powerful and it jams up and still explodes.
It's amazing.
For the moment in time that you were here,
R.I.P. Bucket Destroyer.
Guess let me check that one off
already this was
the chart.
uncomfortable. And Stanley decided that as soon as he found
So what do you want to do
space he felt
next?
safe in, that he would never... Where are we going today?
You want to finish up the final two cargo lift area ones?
Yep.
Everywhere they went together would be perfectly. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned
So yeah, either back off the cargo lift or just walk the plank into that vent.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
I said back
Now
off.
ride the
There's
lift
now
all the
no
way to the
endings you
top.
can get to
There's
unless
something
you
up there I
reset.
need you to do.
Stanley did not question what, but Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
My brain just autopiloted for like a solid minute, and I didn't realize what I was doing till I was already on the lift.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Okay, this is day number 295. Take number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer we study this bucket, the less sense anything makes.
Imagine being hired for this.
Every time I pick it up, no matter how many times I've done it, it's
Just hire somebody off of Fiber.
and the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so. What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me. What's that? Who's there?
With the jumping glitch, you can go into this room and jump over some boxes to meet with Gambharata after clicking on a summoning circle.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So now there's one final cargo lift ending, and then you'll be completely done with the door on the right.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley himself the bucket praying to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
How many more endings do I have after this?
Let me see.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Like 12, I think.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting
Really?
room. Go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
There's like a couple though that you'll have to restart the game for.
Here, it looks like the only way forward is down, since the lift won't be coming back, but that's okay. You've got a bucket. Did you know that buckets are routinely used as cushioning devices? It's true. You can fall on a bucket, but Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death.
I didn't wait long enough. Oops.
No matter what, you would have died. All you did was just miss a little bit of dialogue from that.
So technically I got that ending.
Yep.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
So now you can pick up the bucket if you want, but no matter what, you should be going on to the left.
Perhaps he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
By the way, there's also I know where the rest of the Stanley figurines are. They're in the boss office area. Speaking of which, I guess, because that ended up changing.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
So the first figurine is to the left. In the bathroom.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anmarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now, we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anmarines. None of us can.
Okay, and the second one?
It's like in front of the elevator.
After it generates, I guess.
Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
What are you doing?
Oh, wait.
That's a light. Now when I say in front of the elevator,
And there
it's
it
just
is,
the other way
the
around.
last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and
So
we
let's
can't
see
have
which
that.
bucket
So,
endings you can get,
instead
because I
I'll
think
just
you have
say,
the bucket with
it's
you.
done. We're all done
I
here.
do.
And now we can go to whatever the hell you were
I
doing
think.
before you hunted for figurines.
Yep, I have a bucket with me.
After this, I sort of want to see if you want to wrap up all the non-bucket endings.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control
I don't believe you've
Facility.
escaped with the bucket yet.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
I'm just gonna mention it now that you are breathing heavily again.
Oh. Great.
Yeah, instead of this being a museum about the game, it's just a
Yeah.
bucket memorial.
Claim it for his own.
That is amazing.
Blinded him. Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
I love this. It's just like, no, the bucket, rip the bucket. The bucket died.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should be the bucket.
Oh.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
One of the non-bucket endings you haven't gotten is to shut yourself back into your office room.
Really?
Yeah. I think you sort of gotta trick the door or something like that. It might just be enter back into the room and let's see if the door closes on its own, maybe. I don't exactly remember the methods of going about doing it. I just know that you could shut yourself in the room. I wonder if you just need to interact with the door while you're inside the room or something.
It doesn't do anything. I'm not getting the thing popping up.
I know at some point after you exit the room it starts closing the door. So that's where the trigger is for that, but I know there's a way to shut yourself in there.
Whatever.
Oh, right. I forgot. You collected all the figurines. So you're already in another end right now.
About them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time. Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
So there's going to be more or something? That'd be a troll.
And here was a second Stanlerine. I'll be honest.
Yeah, the game completely memorizes, like, this entire sequence is different based off of the order you collect them in.
You continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Not significantly, of course, but...
Okay,
yeah.
Let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
Well, I say it was the warehouse, right?
I think it might have been.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the warehouse. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
So through here, I'm assuming, yeah.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
No, we didn't.
I remember being in this room, but it's here in the
I love how it's always just like, do you remember what your third one was? And it gives you the option between your third and fourth. Just to proceed to say your fourth one was a place you never went to ever.
Yeah, and even like the narrator's like, I don't remember being here.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the boss's bathroom. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
Why?
Also means there's like 5 of these videos for all the collectibles after the Stanley Parable 2. For me, mine was the warehouse one for this video.
What? The fact there's like hundreds of YouTube videos like this.
I just like the fact that this entire like ending has so many like little bits and pieces to it that they made depending on the order of you collecting them.
But it was 8 minutes
Yeah.
spent on anything else.
Okay.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here behind the boss's office. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Oh.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future.
I mean, technically there was that one. I hate that TV screen, by the way.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Okay. I'm weirdly okay with that for some weird reason.
Back of the boss's office, I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video.
Don't, please, 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 no. Okay, good.
Yes, I love that video.
And there was this weird thing.
Remember the pink room, Stanley? Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Yeah.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Wait, what happens if I go this way? Is this going to be okay? Blackwood, yep.
Unfortunately, yeah. I tried to do the same thing.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
What?
You definitely bugged out the area.
So what do I do?
I have no clue. I wonder if just resetting might redo the ending. Either way, you're still like locked there. So let's just see if it redoes it. It looks like it did.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a
You're gonna have to rush through that entire thing all over again. I still have no clue how your game has bugged so much, because like, I've played this game to 100% completion on the Switch and PlayStation and never had any issues.
Yeah.
Inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
It's good that it, like, doesn't actually completely delete these. Like, for instance, the Stanley Parable 2 expo behind the new content doors persistently stays until you complete it. It's nice that they make sure that you won't have an issue that'll cause you to miss the ending
We had no
entirely.
idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Oh, it's not there.
Oh yeah, you already collected them all, so they just don't exist.
They must have knew this bug was possible.
I'll be honest.
So
I have no faith in you to find any of them, let alone
I think it's more so that each individual one is all just things that can only be collected once. So whenever it's doing like the flashback between them all, it's not actually respawning the old one, but respawning the completely new one that has its own, only can be picked up once.
yeah.
Hey, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I should... Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
I found these like accidentally like forgetting or remembering wrong hilarious. Oh no, the video.
This one was really something special. It was in the boss's bathroom. I remember it so
No,
clearly.
please, please, no, not again, please.
I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
You know, every single thing that was in the Stanley Parable 2 Expo that wasn't genuinely experienceable within the Expo and completion does actually exist in the Stanley Parable 2. Except I, of course, don't know if that'll actually spark something in your mind or not. But like, for instance, there were the balloons in the office that you didn't really genuinely get to experience in the Expo. There's the bucket, which you did get to experience, but not with any endings in there.
Yeah.
The figurines. And there's the epilogue.
What do you mean by the epilogue?
In the Stanley Parable 2 Expo, he mentioned how you wanted to throw an epilogue in somewhere.
Oh yeah.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the
Last one.
The final figurine, right here behind the boss's office. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that
I think you're clearly misremembering the sequence of events here.
that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
What do you mean? Okay, now go through here.
No more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do.
And now...
It would be funny if they did just have like a door to the future and that's how they went about doing this.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines?
I hate this.
We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
The original like main menu for the game actually did that. I think the main menu for this game actually does the same.
It does.
Like only when it's on the Ultra Deluxe version.
We looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone This one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
3 times.
Now 4.
Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room.
They still also, it would have been funny, like, if they tried to find some way to force that randomly somewhere in the game, but, like, it only unlocks after the figurine thing.
This pink room?
Yeah.
That would be funny. Especially if they also hid one in there. In the same spot.
Kind of reward for finding all of these,
Just take the counter up to 19.
Joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Yeah. And now...
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Oh.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories. Oh, yes, the 2 doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay.
So I'm assuming...
All of his co-workers were gone.
Well, now you've gone too far, but I was about to say, I'm assuming it should actually let you shut yourself in the office now. Let's see if it actually... Yep.
Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No, This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Oh, there's that ending
Already
complete.
this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
What shall we do now?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I think the closest one to now that you haven't done... I guess there is the normal broom closet one.
Yet there was not a single person here.
That's not an actual ending, so you'll be able to continue on to more stuff after
Stanley
that.
decided to go up to his boss's office.
I'm going to ignore it.
Find an answer there.
I'm going to ignore it, proceeds to run straight in.
But there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
There's more to it if you keep going in against his wishes.
I don't feel like it.
You also haven't done the normal downstairs one, so...
Yeah.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming! He yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd, and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She rose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Every single time I hear that line, I always just thinking of her fucking booking it to work.
Yeah.
Something tells me you're too tired to get the rest of the endings.
I am.
Let me see how just did the insane ending. There's technically 9.
9?
Yeah.
I'll talk to you tomorrow night.
Okay.